Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend, and I hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. So, more Minecraft. Yeah, we're still here. I'm still stuck in. Did a little bit of resource gathering over the weekend. Not a huge amount, as I was kind of predisposed with other stuff. But I did go ahead and collect a bit more iron, a little bit more gold. Got us a bunch more. What is it? Redstone, because we're going to need a bunch. But the big project that I want to work on today is to go ahead and start working on a cobblestone generator. And I would like it if I could do cobblestone so that it splits from cobblestone into quite possibly splits the cobblestone evenly so that I have some being made into stone afterwards and some other stuff getting transformed into, you know, other stuff. Whether that's getting ground down or just being used as cobblestone. Lots of different ways that we could go about utilizing it. Let's go ahead and get that started on charging. But last week, we worked on getting the coal generator going here. Get up here. We got the tree farm going, which is working out great. And it is definitely producing. So that part is awesome. Plenty of sticks, plenty of apples. Let's just drop this off, get some more saplings. In fact, I was using some of the extra charcoal and some of the sticks while I was down underground earlier, so that way I could go ahead and make tons and tons of torches. And let's just grab some more here. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start by doing a little bit of a spelunking mission. Let's throw this and the wood here. I don't need to have it on hand. You know what? I could get rid of these stone shovels. So we're going to do that. Actually, you know what? Better idea. We're going to use our little lava over here, and we're just going to ditch it the old-fashioned way. There was some mods that I was catching for Create that actually looked really cool, and I might have to see about finding them again. But one of the things that it gets added is sort of a safety cage for your wash basin, or for your fans here, whenever you've got like lava or whatnot, to keep you from either getting damaged by it or for it damaging your build. And it basically winds up putting a safety cage around it. Hey, how you doing, Edgar? Let's see. I don't need the charcoal in that bar there. Oh, can't complain too much. I mean, I could, but it just wouldn't get me anywhere. All right, let's see about getting some more iron tools made. Now that I'm reaching a point where I'm actually starting to get some decent amounts of iron. And I want a fresh iron axe ready. Nice. I have DayZ standalone. Haven't really touched it. Like I played. Actually, let's find out how abysmal the hours are for my DayZ standalone play. Where is it? DayZ, where you at? Here we go. I have a grand total of 46 minutes in DayZ standalone. That's how much I've played it. And then I have Payday 2. I have played 7.5 hours of Payday 2. Don't remember any of it. That's granted, I was also really, really baked, but that's fair. Let's see, and I need an iron pickaxe. There we go. That's okay though. DayZ is one of those that I really, really loved the mod for Arma 2. And it was at that right time in my life that it was just the perfect thing to play. But it was one of those that after I played it and moved on, I just never really wanted to go back to it. And then I guess Payday was pretty good. I just never really got into it. Down here we go. Okay. Let's see. I need... Do I want to grab a bunch of... You know what? How nice. It is always great when you get decent games for free. I know there's been a few of them that I've gotten for free, and I'm like, oh, this was... You should not have just given this for free. This is too good for free. But they do. Silly gooses. Oh, yes. All this andesite. There we go. Speaking of free games, one of my favorite little guilty pleasures is I've got like tons of hours in Warframe. Like I've just, it's probably one of my... Actually, it is one of my top played games. That's not even like I can pretend like it's not. Top 3 top played games, easily. So I really enjoy coming across videos of people who are playing Warframe for the very first time, or they're putting in like their first 20 hours. And it's like, oh, you guys are so adorable. And especially those who have played other games like Destiny, or in some cases, the first Descendant. That's like, oh, you guys are in for a treat. You are about to discover why those games exist. And it is funny how many people will start playing Warframe and just immediately start freaking out because, oh my God, you're telling me A, this is all free, and B, I can basically do anything I want? And yes. Nope. Get in there. Thank you. And oh, Warframe? Oh, Warframe is fun. And like it is one of those truly free games. Like legitimately, and it's on PlayStation. And it's crossplay. So look it up sometime. It's a lot of fun. It's an action third-person shooter kind of game, but it is good. It's a lot of fun. It's a little weird at first, and it's one of those that their new player experience has gotten better over the years. And so with you starting now, you would probably get more concrete information out of it than I did when I first started. But it's one of those well worth the playtime. And if you ever find yourself going, you know what, I really like this game, I want to start, spending some money on it, absolutely well worth the investment of money into it. I've probably spent, and it shouldn't cost anything. It should be free. Then again, laws may be different. Although honestly, a quarter isn't too bad. Let's get this copper, shall we? Oh, okay. Not sure what that means. I think something got lost in translation there. Yeah, I've been back here. Obviously, because there's, torches. Let's see about illuminating more of this. Hoot. That is pretty, though. What I would recommend first is if you get it, it's going to have you run through a new player experience tutorial. It will actually run you through a tutorial on how to play. Do that first. And it's going to have a bunch of missions for you to run through that will hopefully teach you the basics of the game. After that, when you have questions, I will be more than happy to answer them. But the game does a fairly good job these days. Oh, gotcha. Sony sucks. I'm sure the PlayStation is a good piece of hardware, but man, Sony sucks. But after you do the initial intro and the tutorial, and it is kind of lengthy, like it will walk you through some stuff. And they also just recently updated it too. But after that, if you have questions, I will be more than happy to answer them. The only reason why I say I wouldn't give a tutorial right away is because there are certain aspects of Warframe that need to be experienced first. And I think in some cases, it's really easy for veterans to be like, oh, just do this and do that and do this. And new players wind up kind of missing out on those first baby steps. And they can get a little overloaded with all of the information because there is so much to that game. It's ridiculous. So absolutely, if you get it, play through the tutorial, then hit me up. And I will happily answer questions. Okay. But Again, so much fun. Let's light up more of this. There we go. Just want to make sure there's as little unlit area as possible. So that way I don't have any monsters spawning in on my ass when I do eventually turn them back on. Okay. Doot. Ow. Oh, this isn't so bad. I'm only doing this right now so that I can try and find stuff. Plus, get a little bit of splunking out of the way right at the start. And then eventually we can go ahead and start looking at doing the actual construction of stuff. Pretty sure that goes outside. This goes down quite a ways. See how far down this goes, shall we? Or andesite, awesome. Why, yes, I will accept more iron. Go. Where down does this go? Well, we're definitely hitting the deeps. Oh no, I'm out of torches. That's terrible. Oh wait, there they go. There goes some more. I'd like to find some diamonds, or some more diamonds, I should say. Oh, cool. I've been down here before. And there goes more skull. That stuff is freaking everywhere, man. Give me that. Ooh, more zinc. We need plenty of zinc, specifically so that way I can make more brass. Now, fortunately, when I make brass, it's 1 zinc, 1 copper. And that'll give me 2 brass. Yay. Go. Doot. Got it. So this is where it's going to get a little fun. Let's see if I can kind of tunnel through here a little bit to the safer side. Why, yes, I can. Perfect. More deep slate iron ore. Probably gonna want... I think it got lost down here before. But part of the problem is that we're starting to get all of this skulk everywhere. And so it's starting to overtake my underground. which right now isn't a problem. But if things continue, yeah, you can see just how much of it's being taken over. I want diamonds. Diamonds are Cruz's best friend. Also, I need to make some more iron pickaxes. Especially because I want more of this as well. You. Thing down here worth a damn. Lots more skulk. Okay. Let's see about heading back up. There we go. Ow. Make the stairway to come up easier and then fall and hurt myself. Typical. Okay. Allow us to return this direction. Aha. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find any diamonds this way. Yeah, because we're starting to head back up. Okay. We'll come around here. And I don't know if I really need the gold, but I'll grab it anyway because I'm here. It's here. Why not? Okay, I need... There we go. Let me get another one of... Aha, there it is. These. And just light all of this up. Over the weekend, of course, because I've been doing Minecraft stuff on my YouTube channel, YouTube is like, oh, obviously you now want to watch all things that are Minecraft related. I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll watch a couple here and there. One of the things that has been the most annoying is that I've been catching YouTube shorts for Minecraft, and somebody is using the same song over and over. And it's one from the Black Eyed Peas. And it just gets so annoying. Like, and especially because sometimes they'll get like 3 of their shorts in a row. And I've just gotten to the point that if I hear the first 3 notes of that song, I just immediately skip and go on to the next short. I'm like, nope, ain't nobody got time for that. I'm so tired of it. Oh, sweet. It's a little stormy outside. Yeah, give me that too. What's down here? Let's not go too far, though. I'm trying to make my way back up, not farther down. Not explicitly farther down. Like, if it's incidentally farther down, that's one thing, but... Oh no! only I had thought ahead and made another. Oh, that's right. I do kind of like the storms in Minecraft, though. Okay. Aha. There we go. There we go. Aha. And there's more. Hey, Archer. Not sure if you're coming or going, but hey, all the same. There we go. Fine, I'll grab more of this. Let's see. Okay, gotcha. Fair enough. Tell your future self you're a little confusing. Alright. You definitely need a lot of this. Speaking of the future. Okay. Alright, Edgar, have a good one. Sorry I missed that. Got kind of focused on the mine and the craft. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look at them emeralds. Not too bad about yourself. How's today treating you? Give me emeralds. Woot! One whole emerald. Okay. That's more iron. I really should look down a little bit more before I move forward. Yay! Chill is always nice. I like chill days, especially because today is a little bit on the cloudy side. So it's a good day for chilling with some Minecraft. Ooh, more emeralds. Wow, this is a good spot. Naturally occurring emeralds make me happy. That's one of those things that at some point in the future, I'm going to have to interact with villagers as more than just a passing, look, it's a villager. Oh, something just died. Probably one of the octopi. Let's keep going up. Nice. Yeah, I was watching one guy's video, and he was working on... That's true. But he was working on setting up... Well, he needed to get enchanting books, specifically mending. So he was going through and doing that. And it's like, wow, that is a lot of effort just to get one particular type of trade. Makes me a little bit glad I never went down that route and did a whole bunch. But I also get it. And... Ow. I guess jumping on dripstone, not a good idea. So much copper in here. Okay. where am I now? All right. Wow. I have traveled. So here's where we are, and I went in over here. I have now made it underneath of the village. I think it's trying to tell me something. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I am well aware of what the enchanting stuff does. Even though it's not something that I typically mess with, because I never stick with it long enough to get to that point. Like, I've only ever really beaten the game, well, killed the Ender Dragon like once or twice. And usually I'd not too proud to admit that I do it the cheat way. Nope, that was almost bad. Oh, it wasn't so bad. No, it's creative. God, no. I'm not wasting a good bed on an Ender Dragon. He's not worthy. I think that's all she wrote for back here. Because I'm not a bard. That's true. Yeah, everybody does play the game on their way, which is one of the beautiful things about Minecraft. Nope, not these days. Days are long behind me. Let's see. So, nope. Yeah, was. Back in my day. All right, I need to figure out how to get out of here so we can, I think this way I should be able to climb back up to the surface pretty easily. Yeah. Back before they started equating orcs with the black struggle, which I never understood. It's like, why are orcs suddenly a metaphor for black people? Like, when did that happen? Orcs are orcs. They're not a metaphor for anything. But I guess everybody's got to make something out of everything. Oh, okay, so a few years ago, there was an article about how Wizards of the Coast was changing Dungeons and Dragons. And specifically, it was in reference to orcs. Because people were trying to equate orcs with the black struggle. And so they were looking to rewrite orcs in the monster compendium and the racial compendium. There was a whole lot of stuff that they were wanting to do to basically, like, I don't know. I don't understand what their reasoning was behind it. But ultimately what they were attempting to do was make like a handful of people happy somehow. It's like, you do realize that, like, that sort of stuff doesn't really matter to D&D. Oh, come on. I get up here and it's a dead end. That's fine. We'll just keep going. It's like why they've gone through and they've added magical wheelchairs to WoW, of all things. That's like, if you have the magic, more specifically, let's put it this way. You live in a world where you can be brought back to life by somebody who is a priest, a paladin, a shaman, or a monk. But obviously, it's really important that we live in a world where somebody who got injured has a magical wheelchair. Like, first of all, why don't you just give them a real wheelchair? Because, you know, gnomes and goblins. Second of all, why didn't he just get a priest to heal his dumbass? And it just absolutely baffles the mind. So many storytelling inconsistencies. Anyway, I'm done ranting on that. For now. I'll probably rant about it later. I should be coming out of the ground by now. I don't know. I think getting your ass handed to you by like a 4,000-year-old dark elf who's been churned into the dark side by some demons and then being able to just be resurrected because of it, I'm pretty sure they can heal just about anything at that point. Like, you got to think about the consistency of the world that you're in. Okay, seriously, why am I not? I am going to hit. Actually, no, because the new max height is 512, if I remember correctly. Like, I could totally understand that sort of a thing if it was a more modern or contemporary kind of story. Oh, hey. It's 360. Okay. I think we're about there. Nope, never mind. It lied to me. Oh, look. Somebody bannable. Port. Spam. Bots. Cheap viewer. Bot. Close. Ban. I thought they had bumped it up to 512, but obviously, like, okay. Good old Monday lurks. Okay, come on. I must get out of here. No. Okay. That's fine. I just need another one of you. I will get out of here, though. Oh, come on. Okay, that's not so bad. Is this the hopeful escape from our underground torment? Looks like it. There's moonlight. Awesome. And that puts us right outside of the town. Wow. That's a pain in the ass. Okay, let's head back home now. I still keep forgetting to put the waypoint for the home, so that way it's easier to tell where it is. I mean, I know where it is, and it's easy to find on the map because it's this big shape. Also, that is really, really pretty. There we go. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Constantly trying to find and get interesting screenshots, so that way when I go to make the thumbnail for the VOD on YouTube, I have something interesting to look at. Although the algorithm right now doesn't know what to do with me, because I had been posting Space Engineer stuff pretty consistently. Then all of a sudden I switch over to Minecraft and it's not sending it out to anybody. I'm getting like 0 views on my videos. And it's interesting the way that the YouTube algorithm works. And it's one of those weird things that it's like, but I'm streaming, these are VODs, why does the subject matter as much? Now I get it. Some people are more interested in other things, and some things rather than others. So for instance, you know, the number of people that are looking up Minecraft versus the number of people who are looking up Space Engineers is vastly different. Minecraft has a massive audience, and so there's a lot more competition within that space. Whereas in Space Engineers, there are far fewer people looking up Space Engineers related content. And so the competition in that area, that genre, if you will, is much, much smaller. And so I understand why, in a lot of circumstances, my views for Space Engineer stuff is going to be higher than it is for Minecraft. However, that being said, you would also think that with the higher number of people looking for stuff, you would be a little bit more discoverable. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, I'm really enjoying the hell out of myself. I've actually been really, really happy with the outcome from these builds and how this is all turning out. So, and this is, of course, going to hopefully lead back into making Space Engineers a much more enjoyable experience for me. And that's really kind of what I'm after. I didn't realize just how many magma blocks I had picked up. Oh, that's right. That was from when I was digging through the nether. Yay, I have a total of 9 emeralds. Yay. Okay. I now also have a whole bunch more of that. So the reason why this is important and why some of why I've been trying to get as much as possible in terms of the redstone is so that way I can make the I need, what is it? Rose quartz, which then goes into polished rose quartz, which then goes into the electron tubes. And I need electron tubes for just about anything later on. I need a bunch for mechanical crafters. And actually, I think mechanical crafters are going to be the next thing that I need to build, because of the fact that I'm going to need a bunch for making grinding wheels. And the grinding wheels are going to be super useful for later on. Probably not today, but hopefully sometime this week. As what I would like to do with them is set up, or at least start looking to set up, a sort of refinery of sorts. Where I can make a cobblestone generator that will just start spitting out tons of cobblestone and crush that into gravel, then crush some of that down into sand, etc., etc. And along each of the processes, I can wash some of that and essentially have it start generating what I need for stuff. In fact, I could do a self-contained cobblestone generator into gravel and then wash the gravel to get bits of iron and then crush the iron down into ingots and then basically just have an iron generator. And that would more or less be self-contained in that respect. And then I believe can also do the same for like gold. Yeah, if I do red sand or soul sand. Red sand would be my best option for that. So basically, granite gets me red sand, and then wash red sand. Yeah. But give me a second, I'll be right back. Alrighty. Okay, so The name of today, however, is I need to set up a cobblestone generator because I need a whole bunch of cobblestone to get turned into regular stone so that I can continue to construct the base. I need a bunch of stone. In fact, I may even see about setting it up so that it will automatically cut some of the stone into the additional stone pieces that are available, like stone bricks, cut stone bricks, etc. And then I will have, at that point, an unlimited amount of stone. Unlimited power. This should be good start. Now, part of the, let's see, trying to think of the best way that I want to do this, because essentially what I need to set up is a line of drills that will be facing down. I will have your standard lava and water on either side, generating the cobblestone. I need to set it up in such a way so that, how am I going to do this? So that what'll happen is that the cobblestone will then drop down onto conveyors, or I could have it go onto, I think just dropping onto a conveyor would be a better idea, because I was thinking about doing a row of hoppers. But there's no reason why I'd need to do that. So instead, we'll go ahead and do this. There we go. Kind of sucks when your ear itches. All right, I need to go grab some stuff. And then eventually, once I get the stone going, which will be the important part, but once I get that going, I can then start looking at adjustments that I want to make to this pit here. The first that I want to do is I want to go ahead and carve out the circular area that's going to be here. This will be, essentially, it will be not like this per se, but it will be a circular sort of landing, if you will, with stairs that come up and around. Hey, Hollows, how you doing? And that way, once I dig that out and can get the stairway going up, I would like for that to then go up to a second landing, do the same thing again, so that it's sort of like helical stairway that comes up and around and lead up to where the nether portal is. And I'm doing great. I'm awake. Not sure if that's a good thing. No, that's fair. I've had days like that too. So totally get it. Oh, perfect timing. Yep, give me that. Also. And I need... Well, once I'm actually ready for cats, I will go grab some. Actually, you know what? Let's throw that in there. And then I think I have yes, I do. Awesome. Don't need the seeds. Grab the andesite. Yeah, that should be good. We are going to be building a whole lot of stuff over here. Besides, I'm pretty sure the cats are sitting nice and safe in their villages right now without me going around and grabbing them. Okay. They do know love. They live in a village of love. They have no enemies. No, not that. I need bills. So we're going to make a bunch of andesite casings. That's not quite what I wanted, but that'll suffice. Not again. You, come here. Oh wait, we're good. And we'll clear all this out. I'm eventually going to have to automate this process as well. Here we go. Andesite alloy. I do not have any on me. I do have more of that though. And that. There goes some of the andesite. Let's throw... I don't need the gold on me at the moment. I definitely want to grab my wrench, though. That is so much fun to do. Let's see. I need more of you. There we go. Yeah, this is where automating the process would be super, super helpful. Grab all that. And that might actually be kind of fun to do later on. And especially with wanting to do trains and whatnot, is to go ahead and at some point somewhere, you know, like let's say down here or something like that, is to go ahead and build a tree farm and an iron farm that are specifically designed for making more of the andesite alloy and the andesite casings. In fact, if I remember correctly, andesite, not ancandesite, andesite. Andesite can be crafted from diorite and cobblestone. Diorite is quartz and cobblestone. And nether quartz is nether quartz ore. What else? From bulk washing soul sand. Nether quartz ore. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it where I can just make it, but we'll get there eventually. At the very least, it can be something that I actually have to go out and quarry to some degree, which I'd be fine with. Anyway. Let's finish doing up all of this. There we go. Oh no. Up that. Beautiful. There. And finally. It's actually kind of a satisfying popping sound that it makes. There we go. God, I say that so much. In fact, I actually got I got a little bit of constructive criticism on one of my videos on the video for the cheap starter drill ship, where I apparently have a catchphrase and didn't realize it. And he's like, you know, great video, but you tend to say this a little too much. And I'm like, yeah. I sometimes get a little repeatedly redundant with what I say. And it was totally valid criticism, too. It's one of those, it's like, yep, nope, I totally get it. Let me look it up real quick. It was go ahead. I tend to say that a lot. I think in part it's because it's a replacement for saying or So instead of saying that all the time when I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do next, I just say go ahead or excuse me, okay, or something to that effect. Exactly. But it can also be the frequency of it being said. If it gets said repeatedly in a 20-minute time span, it's not that big of a deal. I was thankful for the criticism because that meant that somebody actually watched the video. But at the same time, I totally get where he was coming from. So, like, I remember I had a boss, the store manager when I worked at Best Buy. I know I bring that up a lot, but it was just one of those jobs. Had a lot of stories to it. But the store manager when I worked there, he was well educated, well put together. He was on his way to becoming or going to corporate. But he would say and way too frequently. Yeah, exactly. It's a phrase that a lot of people use, and we do use it rather routinely. All right, I want at least... Let's do 7 drills. 4, 5, 6. I can only do 5. Damn it. Yahoo! Seven drills. There we go. Excellent. Now, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to build this. So before I go through the process of building it, potentially breaking a whole lot of stuff, what we're going to do is we're going to hop into my test bed world. Because I already have one here that I wanted to look at, which is this one here. And this one works really, really well. But I'm not going to go with this particular build. This is actually the cobblestone into gravel. And it works great. Like there's just, it does its job. But I wanted to go ahead and look, there it goes. I wanted to look at setting this up. Let's also get, we'll just grab some cobblestone. Six, 7. Actually, no. Since cobblestone's what I'm going to be making, let's grab that instead. Polished diorite. There we go. So that'll be the length for the drills. Let's put you in here. Nope. Nope. There we go. Now I need this bad boy here. Let's see. Put a couple of those there. I want that's cool. All right. So I'm going to have how do I want to set this up? If I no, because I need to do one out from here. I need to make it technically one longer on each side. Since it's 7 drills, I need to make it 9 blocks long. And then I want to make sure see. This is something that I haven't tried before. But I see used all the time, and that's waterlogging blocks. Grab the polished diorite. Not what I want. Actually, no, that will work. I hope. We'll find out. Again, this is something that I have not done before in terms of this design. I've not used water logging, so I don't know if this is going to work. That's why I wanted to do this in creative first, so that I knew it was going to work before I did it. Let's grab our creative motor. We'll do... There we go. Okay, I think that should... I have a feeling that's incorrect, but... happens. Okay, that should be fine then. And then as far as I remember, the items will ride the conveyor through that block. But aha, this is what I can do. We take the cobblestone. And we put the cobblestone here, because that's what's going to be getting cleaned up anyway. There. Then I take the lava, and lava go here. All right. Yeah, there we go. Do I have my wrench? I have my wrench. Then I can rotate. Well, what drugs are you on? Where can I get some? There we are. That's kind of what I'm after. Now I need chain drives. Excuse me, encased chain drive. No, I'm good, thanks. And then I can... There we go. That is not where I wanted that, though. Gosh darn it. Oh, man. Another one. You guys can't see it, but... cheap viewer bot. I ought to just copy and paste that. There was a bot there was a bot that, what was it, Code told me about, and I totally forgot what it was named. I'm gonna have to hit him up at some point and be like, what was the name of that bot again? All right. Oh, no water at the moment. Working on that. I'm needing cobble. Building a cobblestone generator. But I'm needing it so that it meets in the middle. And it still puts it in the wrong spot. The water just flows too fast. How did I fix that over here? Oh, that's how I did it. Okay. I need... There we go. There we go. That's how you fix it. Okay, so I just have to make sure that the water is flowing down. And maybe speed this part up. Maybe not. I need to speed up the belt without speeding up the cobblestone generator. So what I'll do here is... Okay, I know what I need to do. How can I make this more compact? That's the question that I have. Because I don't necessarily need all this. And if I do this just right, Let's grab. Now, obviously, the blocks that I use are going to be different. But I just want to make sure that I've got this set up in such a way as to be more size efficient. Set you to 32. And then we'll leave you at 16. That actually works fairly well. Here's something I want to try. Just for giggles. Okay. Let's do... but we'll do... Oops. Okay. Mostly just for giggles to see if this is going to work. It does. Okay. Even better. So I don't need... Okay, there we go. So I can make that even smaller. Too bad I can't waterlog. Excuse me. Too bad I can't lava log something. Okay, so. I could go ahead. This is roughly about as small as I'm going to be able to get it anyway. But what does help is the overall construction of it. And that's kind of what I wanted to figure out, was how big I can make it versus how little I can make it. So as long as... Because then I don't have to do this weird bottom channel here. Okay. Okay, I've got it now. So, we're going to save and quit. Yes, that's what I was looking at. Yeah, let me... Because that's what I was looking at. That's what I did here. Is I have the stairs here that are waterlogged. As soon as the lava moves over to fill in that void, it touches this water that's on the backside of it. Yeah, that's fine. And boom, fills it in. So I know that works now. We can go back to our regular world. This is why it's always important to have a creative test world that you can... Oh my God, it looks like I just took my glasses off. Okay, there we go. That was a little bit weird. Okay, so I have seven. Let's do stone bricks. Go. That's the stairs that I need. So I need, let's do 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oops. There we go. Perfect. Then we take our stairs, and I want to put one there. And we fill in these 7 that are going to get waterlogged. I might make more for the giggles of it, so that way I can kind of decorate a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's... I don't need all those. Let's grab the stone. Thought I had some more stone that I was making. Let's go check. What am I trying to do? Go over here. That's what I'm trying to do. Then... Aha! Perfect. Let's do the stone bricks. Perfect. And then a couple of the... What are you? Oh, metal girders. Okay. I need some stairs. Stairs. Be perfect for the decoration. Jump around the hole that's over here, which eventually I should probably fill that in. Eventually, but not anytime soon. Because then I can do something like this. I won. 4 giggles. And because why not? Aha. I'm going to have to get rid of these seeds. Go away. I need... Oh, I'm going to need buckets of lava. Just realized that's going to be a small problem. You. Give me some more stairs. Thank you. Thank you for your contributions to the effort. And there we go. Ah, come here. Okay, so I should be able to waterlog these without any issue. Now the fun part is to get these in place. Like that. I need... I need to get shafted. Ah. And belts. I don't have any belts. I think... Which cobblestone do I have? Not enough. I'm gonna need some more. Now, well, that was impressive. For this, I need to figure out where... Okay, I need to bring this out to fan. Okay. Sorry, I was trying to build it in my head real quick. So essentially what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be bringing it out to a chest. Then what I should do is go ahead and set the andesite funnel, the brass funnel, so that what it's doing is it's spitting out blocks of 64 or spitting out chunks of 64. That way, when it goes to do all of the blocks, it does them all at the same time. Yeah, that's the way it needs to be. I don't need the tough. Let's also... Here, just take all of that. There we go. I also need to make the encased fan, which... I thought I had an extra fan blade. I do. Encased fan. I've got you. Perfect. Okay. Now we just got to run back. And then I'll make the brass funnels up here. Because I have to make some brass, I think. So... Damn seeds. You there. Then belts. I don't have any on me. Let's grab some. Excellent. And I don't have... Oh, I already had an encased fan. Oh well. I do need the encased chain drives, though. Andesite casing. And... brass tunnels. I don't need the brass tunnel, though. I need the... I need stuff that I don't currently have on hand. We'll get there in a second. I want that there. I will need several buckets. So in total, I will need 7 buckets, and I will do 7 buckets for water, and then I will need 7 buckets for lava. Technically 8 buckets, because I need to do the smelting stop. Let's grab our stone here. This is actually perfect because that's too wide, and then I don't have any chests on hand. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, sweet. I have 3 buckets, so I need 3 more. But we're going to do a double chest so that I can hold all of the stone that's going to be coming out of this. Hopefully. Do the double chest here. I need to get the cobblestone. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's just do... I'll do cobblestone. But I want it out of the way. Let's get the drills in place now. Doot and doot. Cool. Excellent. Beautiful. Now I take one of the shafts there, belt all the way down here, and we're set. So that'll take care of the drills. I could go ahead. Do I have enough space? I do. Let's go grab some water from down yonder. It's a good thing I've got so much water nearby. Might as well light this up while we're at it. What harm could it possibly do? You know what would be a fun twist on monsters is obviously you have monsters that'll spawn in the dark, and that makes sense. But what would be interesting is to have a monster or mob that only spawns when it's light. Because that would introduce an interesting survival tactic. Now, obviously, that would make it difficult because of the fact that it would allow it to spawn inside of places, like your base. But I think it would also make it just interesting in general. Because I know slimes can actually spawn in certain light levels, but not others. There we go. Just one more bucket of water. Then we'll make several more buckets. We'll do a total of 4 more, so I'll have my 7, and that'll be for the lava. Actually, I should do 8, just so that I have that extra bucket. Go. Out of the way. Coming through. And there. That should be perfect. So now I should have the correct number of 8. And let me get one more chest. Forgot that I had a whole bunch of them made. Drop off a whole bunch of crap. I need sticks and charcoal. There we go. Okay, you're starting to act a little weird. We're going to go run into the nether real quick, and we're going to go grab some lava. Hopefully. By right quick, I mean, it could take us a little bit because I might have to, like, get down to the lava. The other alternative would be... Actually, we don't have to go to the nether at all. We'll just go north and we'll go hit up that lava pit up there. The other thing is we will also want to go ahead and get I need to see about getting I want to do that. Okay. I was just trying to figure out how I want to get the rotational power sort of put over there. Get over there, jackass. And what I'll do is I'll see about running some shafts over there. And then from the shafts, I should be able to use like an encased chain drive or two. And then what are those called? Gearbox, I think. Yeah, gearbox. Every once in a while, I actually remember stuff. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes I do. But yeah, we'll use a gearbox if we need to get the power transferred around the way that it's supposed to be. Hey there, meat. Well, looks like the lava's already done its job here. Awesome. There goes our 8. And we just got to run back. Might have to explore that at some point. We can then use the... Now, I think what I'll do before I drop in the lava is that I'll see about getting the directions going first. Just to make sure that I have all of that working the way that it's supposed to. And the lava will be kind of our last step. Because I still need to do the encased chain drives for up there. So let's grab encased chain, grab this fan. I need iron and that. Okay. we are. I need... Let's just make a whole bunch of them because I'm going to need a whole bunch of them. You guys come in here. No. Oh, I also need my wrench. There we go. Want to do this because, well, okay, I'm going to use cogwheels because I want the drills to be going fast enough. Or do I? Thank you. Yeah, that should be fine. Then that is right here. Out of the way. And that is backwards from where I want. I need for the gearbox again. Gears. Duh. Of course I need the gears for the gearbox. That would make way too much sense. And wood. We got a bunch there. So let's make our gears. No. There we go. Then shafts, which I don't have any of. And a sight. There we go. Okay. Now I can take the... There we are. So that's now moving the belt in the correct direction, which is what I want. The next step is I'm going to want 3, and I'm going to need 1 more of those. There we are. Beautiful. And I'm going to want to do... I could do just a regular andesite funnel there, I believe. On that side. Because I don't know how quickly I'm going to be getting them in. So there we go. That wasn't what I wanted at all. You... There. Okay. Then I need to make the brass funnel. Brass. Which the brass funnel requires a little bit extra work. since what I need is one of those rose quartz and then a polished rose quartz. I need a gold sheet. Oh no, I just need the polished rose quartz and an iron sheet. Okay, that'll be pretty easy. That's like, duh, no problem. Yeah. Go. See how many of these I can make. Perfect. I'm gonna need a bunch of those anyway. And then I will also need to make a trip into the Nether so that I can pick up some more quartz. But that is, you know, a little bit later on down the road. Sandpaper. What do I do with my sand? I know I put it somewhere. Some paper. Aha. Sand. Who would have thought? Sandpaper. That makes almost too much sense. We'll just polish a bunch of these. Because why not? No. That's okay. Drop those off there. That will, at some point in time, be another thing that gets automated. Is being able to make some of that stuff. Like, it's absolutely amazing how much you can automate literally everything. Let's get... Also, yes. I don't have any cobblestone on me. I don't. I could just use regular stone. I think. Should be able to. There we are. That should work. We'll find out. Now I need... Oh, that's right. I needed to make... Boom. Thank you. Done. The brass funnel requires dried kelp, which I also have. I thought I had. I think I will probably have to go grab some. Constantly back and forth. That is the name of Minecraft. Honestly, that really should be what it's called, is just constantly back and forth. Fortunately, we have plenty of kelp. And it won't take a whole lot to... Oh no, I got the whole thing. I was not wanting to get the whole thing, just wanted part of it. Get this. And Is there any more? Yes. That's it. Awesome. Okay. So that should be a good amount. Oh, there was some more over here. I think at some point it would be nice to get an automated kelp farm going, but we'll work with what we have. You know what? I bet I already have some. Yes, I do. And there we go. Awesome. I needed to get some more dried kelp going anyway, so it all works out. Even though that was a little bit of a wasted trip, I'll take it. And just about where I need to be. The next step will be setting up the smeltery. Which I can do that right here. Oh. Do I not have those? Fine, I'll just use regular stone. Yes, that'll be fine. Yeah, I have to bring it back a little bit more. Okay. So it was taking me a second. I had to kind of plot it out in my head how that was going to work. No, because I need that to be the fan. Fan, lava, button. Because I need stone pressure plates. Yeah. So we take... I'm missing something. There we go. Okay. I need some more of these. Let's just do all 8. Site alloy. And wrench. There we go. So what I can do here, and we are going to clear this out here. Then I drop in that and that. Whoops. I need... Shoot, I need one more belt. And eventually this will all make sense. Maybe. Damn. I don't have one more belt. This is a good thing. Actually, they're probably in here. Yes, I do. Never mind. Cruz is being dumb. There. Now I can go ahead and we put the encased fan in here. Perfect. I will put the other belt here. We will finish that off, and then I need, wow, the andesite. Oh, I had a whole bunch already. Put a casing over that, and we'll put a casing over this one as well. I can actually go ahead and just put that in its place like so. There. And then I'll be able to put the lava in there. And the reason why that's important is because now I just need 2 more. Oh, I should also go grab some of the glass that I made while I'm at it. There goes 2 of the chests. Then I can do... Perfect. You get stone. And I want you to do a stack of 64. So what's going to happen is this is going to fill up here with 64 cobblestone. Then it's going to go ahead and it's going to drop the whole thing out here, and it's going to go ahead and get sucked up, or it's going to get smelted down, smelted into stone. Once it gets smelted, it'll get picked up and dropped off into here. So I'm going to go grab also. Have any more stairs? I do not. We'll have to make some more. That's okay. I'm going to go grab some glass, and then we are going to go ahead and start putting in the lava part of this. Everything should be running the way that it's supposed to. The next thing that I want to get done after this is to see about doubling up the... I need another one of these things, the deployers. And that way I can push coal into a second blaze burner under our steam engine. I know I have some glass. Where'd I put it? Ah, glass. There we go. This will be good. Then, from the point where it gets finished being turned into stone, I can start doing things with it, like pushing it through stone cutters so that it... I wonder if I'll need to cover that. I might. Yeah, there we go. But start covering it so that the lava doesn't cause any fires or anything like that. Okay, there goes the water. Let's get all of these here on the bar. This will be all 7. Then I'll grab the glass. There we go. Beautiful. Got our last one to deal with. which again shouldn't be a problem. Although, yeah, we should be fine here. Grab the glass. There we are. Beautiful. So now cobblestone should be able to get made the way that I want it to be. And hopefully... Nope, okay. I was hoping. But I need then... Yeah, I know, right? You're not the only one.
I heard the Reaper build's pretty good with the melee from what I heard. You just melee somebody and then watch.
The hell? Why did it go to emo? Whatever. I'll mess with that in a second. I have another belt. No. No. I have been betrayed by my lack of belts. Too much stuff. Fortunately, all of that kelp should be dried now. And I should be able to go ahead and make it into some belts. Yay. And I really need to make that a proper walkway. At some point, just bite the bullet, make it a walkway. Mechanical belts. 4 of them. Yeah. Need to automate that kelp at some point. However, the nice thing is that once I get all this going, and hopefully automate all of this stone stuff, it will be much easier to start working on larger projects. And we're filling up. Then it's just, yeah, it's alive. You know what? Real quick, music and sound. Music back on. Cool. Fortunately, no kabooms yet. Now, it is going to take a little bit. Oh, we've already done 1 stack. Okay. Looks like that's... Yes! Yes! Also, thank you for the follow there. Nell Carter, much appreciated. Oh, of course, it's one of those. I could reply in chat. I'm not going to, but I could. Something like that, yes. That is the most random thing that anybody has ever said, Hollows. There we go. Wow, this is actually churning through stone real quick. Way quicker than I thought it would. But there we go. Our cobblestone generator is now up and running. We are now generating stacks of regular stone. This is fantastic. The next step that I could do, and this would take a little bit of work, but I could do it, is to go ahead and actually have this start going out to I don't have any on me at the moment, I don't think. No. But yeah, here we go. I could have this. Oh, gotcha. Well, I like doing the more complicated stuff anyway. Oh yeah, that's the next thing I need to do. Is I need to make another one of these, another one of those, and then I can fill that up. Yeah, that's true. When your entire factory is hovering over the abyss, you do tend to have to be a little more careful. So, totally get it. Yeah, wow, we are plugging away. So, doing it this way was actually a pretty good idea. And this is generating quite a bit. I'm actually surprised. I don't know if we have like a lot of. No, it looks to be. Yes, the spacing is the biggest problem, especially when you're setting up a cobblestone generator. One of the things when you are in that situation that I have learned is that there's two main components to setting up the cobblestone generator. So what you'd want to do is set it up so that you've got it 4 wide. And then you would put a little hole here. And the reason why you do this is so that way you put the water on this side and that'll flow down into the hole. And then you put the lava on this side and it'll go ahead and push out. And as soon as it goes to hit here, well, actually, as soon as it hits here is when it turns into cobblestone. So that'll keep you from messing that up and doing that. Now, obviously, we've just learned that there is a more compact way of doing this by using the stairs in reverse for the water. And then you just waterlog the stairs and the lava, as soon as it touches the back of the stairs, cobblestones. So that solves that problem right there. It keeps the water from flowing, which is great. And then on top of that, it also makes sure that you don't have any issues with your lava getting turned into obsidian. That is beautiful. We now have tons of water, or excuse me, stone for our projects. Actually, I need you still. Because what do I need for the deployer again? There it is. I need a brass hand, which is okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boop, make that. There we are. Nice and easy. Like your mom. And did I have... Where did I put the spare rose quartz? Back at the base. Let's go running back. Ow. This is going to be fantastic. Yep, there it is. Just in case. Oh, wow. There was my extra kelp. And then we should be good. I should have everything else over here that I need. Probably not. We'll find out. Now, all of this up here is temporary in so much as eventually I will make a more permanent location for this. The reason why I have it set up here, at least, though, is it's close to the base and it's useful for doing a lot of just general workshop stuff. If I need specific items, I can set them up here. If I need to do any kind of work, or if I need some powered stuff, I've got it here. So it all works out. I am, however, going to move, I do believe, you. So that I have to store. That way I'm not constantly jumping over this crap. And then the deployer. What else does the deployer need? The deployer. Oh, I just need a casing. I know I turned on the music. That's, yeah, just the music comes and goes, though. That's the thing about it. Which, in a way, is kind of nice. I watched a video that was talking about the music of Minecraft, and specifically the older music, and how oftentimes the music, because of its randomness, it's not synced to anything that you are specifically doing. And so when the music comes on, it oftentimes comes on at a moment where it would normally be incredibly mundane, but because of that music suddenly showing up, it punctuates it in a certain way and draws your attention to what you're doing in that moment and really adds an extra level of flavor to it that otherwise wouldn't be there. And it's like, yeah, that sounds about right. Cute, thank you. There we go. Now I get that second deployer made. There you are. Which really wasn't as difficult as one would expect. Now I need the other chute, which I should have in here. And this is where it gets a little complicated because I need you. And then there we go. There we are. So, oh my, just, okay, there we go. Now I can grab you. Now both fires should be going. They are. Look at that. Oh yeah. If I had my goggles on right now. Where are my goggles? Speaking of music. Although I do also like the mechanical sound of everything working. The drill's going, the fire's happening, just everything doing its job. It's like the sound of a well-oiled machine. Remember correctly, speaking on the music and the sound, there is a mod. There's my goggles. That actually sets it up so that only the old music gets played, not any of the newer stuff. And that's not to knock the new composer or composers. I'm not sure how many actually make the music for the game. They are, I imagine, incredibly well practiced. They're good at their job. They know what they're doing. But there is this certain sort of feeling that C418 imbued Minecraft with. And they don't quite capture that because they're not the same as him. Wow, we got stone for days. Now, the nice thing is that any extra stone that we wind up getting is just going to get burnt up. So we don't have to worry about that per se. I could see about setting up some sort of detector on, let's say, this chest here, so that once it gets to a certain point, it actually sends out a redstone signal, and then I could set up like a, what is it? A clutch. Yeah. So set up like a clutch here, run redstone around to this side, and in that way, once this gets up to a certain level, it just stops this cold and stops running all this. In fact, you know what? Let's do that. What do I need for the clutch? Redstone, shaft, andesite casing. Cool. Back to the base I go. Good God. That, I think, is going to be our next giant project, is to start looking at making, and by giant, I mean it's going to be a big project, but I want to start working on some sort of storehouse. Something that keeps all of my stuff together. Redstone is in here. Cool. Need that anyway. Let's see if we can just, do I have what I need in here? No. Because I need the casing. Seem to be a little low on andesite. Stone. Cobblestone, tough. More stone. I have a lot of stone, apparently. Way more than I realized. Okay. Gonna have to go on a trip here shortly to go mine some more andesite. I'm so glad this works. Like, it's just when you wind up getting a contraption that's actually doing its job and it works the way that it's supposed to. I wish. I want a rocket ship. Why does it suddenly remind me of the Reading Rainbow soundtrack? Or the theme song, I should say. There we are. Oh. Let's see. Next up. Clutch. Gear shift. Clutch. There we go. And I need... Perfect. So that takes care of that. Our clutch is now in place. Next, what I need is threshold switch, I believe is what I need. Okay. Now the question is, what do I need to make one? Redstone comparator, a brass casing, and an electron tube. Well, the electron tube is easy. Shoot. Bam. Thank you. Electron tube, done. Brass casing will also actually be kind of easy because I should just be able to do that. Yep. There's our brass casing. And then, in fact, I should probably go through the effort of doing more brass now that I'm thinking about it. Now I need the comparator. Which, of course, I need quartz. And of course the quartz is back at the base. Oh my god. Oh, yeah, this is why I need like a proper factory setup. Proper storage location. Fortunately, the base isn't too far away. No. See about building it here. Oh, and then I needed the comparator, which is 3 stone blocks. 1, 2, 3. Oop, there we go. Redstone comparator. Threshold switch. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it feels. Is there anything else? Nope. And then... Awesome. So, now that I have this all set up, let's take the correct route. And, like, I know that there are mods that will go ahead and start generating pathways where you walk the most. I imagine from here back to the base along the mountain would just be one big, thick dirt path. Actually, at this point, I think I would have trampled it so much that it has magically become asphalt. That's how it feels. And you are facing the correct way. Hopefully, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. We'll move you up to, say, 95%. And 70. Cool. Billy. Oh, nice. Yeah, apparently it didn't like the word slag, which I understand why, but at the same time, that is a legitimate word. All right, so the way that this should work, the way that I have it set up, is that I have the threshold switch monitoring in here. When this hits 95% full, it will go ahead and trigger this clutch to stop. That will go ahead and stop all of this from generating or from making more cobblestone. Yeah, it does. But that'll keep it from generating more cobblestone until such time as this empties out to under 70%. And then once it does, it'll turn this whole thing back on and it will start generating the cobblestone and everybody will be happy. So, with that out of the way. God, there's so much work in here. Let's take let's grab some more. Wow, this filled up already. Actually, now that I'm thinking, what do I need for lanterns? Lantern. Just a regular lantern is iron nuggets and okay. Let's make apples. And I should go ahead and do a brass funnel leading out to this setup, or just go ahead and start trashing everything. But yes, let's see. I want to go ahead and I want to grab, oops, let's grab some sticks. Want a stack of iron. Make a ridiculous amount of those. And then I want to make a ridiculous amount of lanterns. Beautiful. Actually, let's just grab the iron nuggets and make some more lanterns. Excellent. Now that I have way too much stuff, let's throw some of the sticks up there. I don't need all of these torches. I can drop off my brass tunnels. Those. What else can I drop off? Because I want to grab some stone. Exquisite. And I also want to figure out how big I want to make this circle over here. Now, if I remember correctly, the circle that I have here is technically 50 by 50, but of course it's half of that. So it's like 50 by 25. This is even. Hey, what's up, DeVilci? How you doing, buddy? Let's bring this like so. Yeah. I think that'll look better. Yes, that rounds it out a lot better. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Okay. So the next thing I want to do is let's grab, and we'll do set you up to be 40 by 40. This over here. Yep, okay. Yep. Yeah, sometimes the brain just does not like the body that it's in. And sometimes the brain just goes, you know what would be great? And you have to remind it, no, that wouldn't be. That would be terrible. Let's not do that. But it's awesome when you do wind up coming out of the other side of it with ideas. So there's that. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is what I want. This is going to be quite the project. Fortunately, we have plenty of stone now. But I am going to take a quick AFK. I am actually getting kind of hungry. It is about lunchtime anyway, for me specifically. So, what stone! So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run a quick 1-minute ad like I usually do when I go AFK. And then rock and stone for Carl. When I get back, we'll go ahead and start working on all of this. Basically digging out what will be the cylinder, if you will. And hopefully kind of get an idea of how I want it to start looking Then we'll also get to see if my switch for the entire contraption over there works correctly. Hopefully by that point it will be full, and we'll get to test that out. So yeah, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and run that ad. And if you guys want, stretch your legs, grab a snack, whatever you want to do. And then when I get back, we will get back to work. See you guys in a few. Okay. Just realized I'd left up my inventory window when I didn't mean to. Of course, it wasn't like I was staring at anything important anyway, which I should have been. Oh well. Let's go take a look at the machine. See if it's reached the point where it's doing what it's supposed to do. Need to look up some more music. Okay, so it's still... It hasn't reached there yet, but it's getting there. Eventually it just winds up cooking whatever's sitting there, which is fine. Okay. Oh yeah, I could have just come this way. That would have been easier. Don't do that around here. Because that would have been easier. All right. So this is going to get interesting. You there, so that way I can make more. Let's bring this up. All right, so it's 4 and then 4. So that'll be 4. Two, three, 4. 2, 3, 4. Then 2. Almost. Come on. Should I? Yes, I'm just going to go ahead and fill that in like so. Start trying to clear some of this out as well. Reason why this is going to be important is because, again, this is going to be sort of a landing area from across the bridge that will allow us to get farther up the hill. But also, I'm thinking I may potentially add some additional routes leading out of it. So that's something else. Okay, I did. So let's... Might be worthwhile to make some diamond tools for this as well. But I also bring them with. Darn. Okay, what we'll do, throw you out for now. Then I will do a couple of chests. That way I can drop off some of the stuff. Especially stuff I don't necessarily need right now. And then if there's anything like ores and whatnot, I can always pick those up as well. Yes, that should suffice. Perfect. Awesome. And that'll free up space so that I can, if I need to, make tools and whatnot. Which I will probably need to make lots of tools. And I left all of my iron back at there. Of course I did. Let's go grab some more iron. Because why not? I definitely have plenty of wheat right now. That'll be another thing to add to the list of stuff to automate is a farm. Are we getting there? Let's grab. I not have? Oh, I know why. Because I used a bunch of it for making lanterns. This is kind of the fun part for me, is when I start working on the bigger projects like this. When I start doing the design work and getting more of the base actually put together. Two, three, four. Two. There it goes. I figured it was going to break. I don't need 32 shovels. Just 2 should be fine. Yeah, that should be good. Definitely going to go through a lot of stuff here, though. Which is why I'm glad we have so much stone. We are making considerable amounts of stone, which makes me happy. And we should also have considerable amounts of wood as well. So that's also going to be awesome. I'm going to drop off some of my torches because I don't need all of them. The sticks as well, I don't need all of them. Andesite, we'll move there. And let's drop off our diamond pickaxe for now. That should be good. Okay, so I do 2. kind of clear out some of this as well. Otherwise, it will get in the way. All right, so it's the 2 and then 1 and then 2 more. There goes the 2 more. This is probably bigger than it needs to be, but I want it to have kind of a grand scale. I want this area to stand out as something that is massive. I can always put like a little garden or something in the middle with flowers and whatnot and really kind of spruce it up. Maybe like a tree or two, water features, that sort of thing. Lots of different options for making it look nicer. That's kind of what I'm going for, is looking for ways that I'll be able to decorate the structure and construction in such a way as to give it a more interesting aesthetic. 2, 1, 1. That's 1. Go ahead and get that. There goes the second one. Of course, tons of coal in the area, so that'll be nice. And then 2. Probably a good idea to replace these. Go 1, 1, and then 2. I may wind up knocking out a lot of this wall just so that I can set it back up with trim of some sort. Whether that's like chiseled blocks, maybe some smooth diorite, something to that effect. Just, to have something else there. Yeah. That's the good stuff. Now it's going to be really fun when you realize I've got to also dig all of this out. It's one of those, it's like, man, I wish I had a whole lot of dynamite right now. Although, to be fair, dynamite mining always scares the shit out of me because I don't know if I'm actually going to be blowing up the stuff that I want or if I'm going to be blowing everything up and not realizing it. Let's see, that's 2, 2. So 4, 4, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then 1. Whoops. 2. Yep. Okay. That's looking correct. Completely healed, but I'm getting better. Yeah, for like the past month, it's been terrible. I've had this fucking cough that is incredibly pervasive. And we had like a week, which was great, of really nice, cool weather. The warmest it got was like 71. And so I basically spent that entire week with the windows open, getting all that nice, muggy, fresh air in here. And it actually seemed to help overall. One, and then that's two. Let's get this kind of cleaned out here. There we go. And then after that, two is four. Hey, Dots, not too bad about yourself. Figure out these four. Probably going to want to go ahead and make another pickaxe here shortly. At least empty out my inventory. So much coal. It's going to be fantastic. Not that I need coal because I've got plenty of charcoal. What help do you need with space engineers? This out. I guess the better question is, what are you hoping I will build for you? Go. No, the lights. Yeah, we're going to need another pickaxe. You on hand. There we go. Drop off. Oops. I mean, what help are you looking for? Just go ahead and say it as plainly as possible. Don't beat around the bush with me, buddy. We've been doing this long enough. Just tell me what you're hoping that I will do for you. And clear out some of this. Okay, that's the four, and then I need to do... There we go. That takes care of that four. So that is the first quad of the circle. Wow, it's going to be a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. I probably should have done something a little bit smaller, but far be it from me to be... Okay. So what you're wanting me to do is build the exterior of the ship that you've already made the interior for, is what you're saying. Okay. Give me just a few and we'll see. Want to try and get some of this carved out, and then we'll see. Because this will give me an idea of how big this section is going to be. Because this might be one of those projects that I wind up kind of doing between streams because of how much just sitting here digging I'm going to wind up doing. And nope. Okay. Okay, I get it. It's small. You don't have to keep trying to sell that it's tiny. There we go. That should be good. Let's drop off some of this crap. There we go. So now I have a whole bunch of this. Wow, this one. Yeah, I think this is one of those projects that I work on a little bit at a time because this is a whole lot of digging. But it's also something that will be... Well, you want to know how I got decent at making that sort of stuff? And you're going to hate my answer too. I just did it. Just went ahead and did it. I practiced a lot. I made a lot of ships. I keep poking at things until it finally looks the way that I want it to be. Yeah. Well, it's compared to other ships. I made a ship for him before, which was the Mordots, which was actually fairly sizable. It's fucking huge. So it's one of those that comparatively he's trying to sell how small it is. This is one of those. This is going to be a lengthy project. Let's fill that in. Oh no. Okay. And okay. You know, you should probably send that stuff to me on Discord. In fact, I'm going to do you a solid here. Actually, I don't know if I can. It won't let me. Doesn't matter. You still shouldn't be posting IPs on streams like that. Okay. That's just one of those internet lessons that I learned over the years. Unless it is like a .com or something like that, or a truly, truly public thing, like a, like a Blizzard web address or something like that, I usually don't post IP addresses. Oh no, it's raining. Okay. Yeah, we could take a little bit of a break here. Because again, I'm just going to be sitting here mining this out for a while. Before we do that, though, let's go run over here for the 400th time. Gonna see if this is working correctly. But also, we're going to go ahead and take a screenshot. And there we go. The clutch is powered. This is turned off. Yes. And so eventually, as this empties out, which it will, it'll turn back on. It'll start making more cobblestone. Everybody will be happy again. See if I can get to a good vantage point here. Kind of over here. There we go. Okay. Save and quit to title, quit game. Helping dots. Space engineers. Okay. I mean, okay. Hold on a second. I just, for a second there, I thought I lost my audio. Space engineers. Let's see. Give me a second here. There we are. Make sure that did. Okay, good. They should be charging you for this, by the way. Should be like it's $4,000 to help you with a ship. Something ridiculous like that. Hate it when my hands get dry. I know we don't do it every day, but we've done it enough. Okay. New game. Customize. Friends. I am going to at least load like build info and build vision. And yeah, that should be fine. Helping dots. Creative. Oh yeah, good point. Good point. Paint gun. Where are you at? Paint gun. There. Basically the 3 mods that are essential to everything. And let's also turn off progression. Turn on scripts. Turn on this stuff. Turn off weather. And also turn off tool shake. And I think, and enable. All right, should be good. Now is this ship? I'm not too worried about that stuff. Is this ship going to be planetary, planet and space, or just space? That doesn't answer my question. It's not about spoiling. I need to know. Fine, we'll just do it this way. Well, I only have the one option anyway. But yeah, because it always puts me in Earth-like, and it always puts you in this god-awful place. I don't want to be in the mountains, though, so we're gonna go find a better spot. Also, let's find somewhere that's daytime. So I need to be in space for this. Okay. That's what I was asking. Okay. And then let's get up. Oh, I need to redo my entire bar here. You, not you. And medical. And cargo. Bear. There we go. Call you Bruce's Funhouse. It feels like it's been forever since I've played this, which is funny. Also, I don't really need anything per se, but let's do character twos, paint gun, out of habit. That battered. Okay. It's a bit odd. Maybe it's just me. It probably is just me. So used to staring at Minecraft blocks that Space Engineers blocks just look wrong. All right. Man, I was watching Zero's video recently on all the stuff that's happening with Space Engineers 2. And specifically, he was talking about what we know about the. Yeah, no worries. What we know about Space Engineers 2 survival mode. And initially, the way that they were going to work on it is that they were going to have Sandbox by itself and they were going to have the single player survival by itself. But they decided that instead of splitting their resources and dividing it like that, what they would do is just go ahead and join the two components together. So Sandbox and survival are essentially one and the same. And while you will have survival elements in the sandbox, you won't necessarily have to do any of the story elements in the sandbox, you know, if you decide to just sandbox it like you normally would. And if you do like the story mode stuff, that won't be kept completely separate from the sandboxing that you're doing. So it sounds kind of interesting. I definitely hope that they manage to pull it off in a satisfactory way. So that way it feels like one is not, oh yeah, hold on a second. Create CCP. Yay. We're building. Accept everyone. Cool. Okay, should be able to join that faction now. Well, you could. There we go. Fair enough. Now, if this ship is not small, we're going to have some words, Dots, because you sold me on the idea that this is small. Okay. I'm not. Actually, for space engineer ships, yeah, it is. But that's what we hope she says. Yeah. You've seen big. You've seen some of the stuff that I've built. And as a nice person, there you go. Okay. I honestly, I don't know. What? What? What do you want the ship to do? I think that's the biggest question that I have. What is the ship's role going to be? Yeah, right. I want this and this. Right. What role is this ship going to have? Is it going to be a combat ship? Is it a hauling ship? What does it do? Cargo containers, jump drives. Okay, so does it need to be heavily armored? Okay. All right, so you're gonna have some problems. Okay, what you're gonna run into is that because of the size of this, and it is very specifically sized, I'm going to have difficulty putting any sort of armor on it that will actually be beneficial to the ship. I would probably have to completely rip apart all of this just so that way I could actually get it to work correctly for what you need it to do. What I would do instead of having instead of this being the ship that actually grabs the drills, what I would do instead is actually have this be the ship that is kind of acting as a carrier, and have a smaller ship. You could even do a small grid ship for all it matters, or a large grid ship that's just a few ion thrusters and whatnot, and a mag plate to be able to grab the stuff out of the hold. This isn't necessarily a just go to town kind of situation. I could go ahead and I could armor this thing up. Okay, because I would have to rebuild all of this for you. Essentially what you're looking at is you already have the tug part of the ship. Okay. I think we're having a little bit of a miscommunication here. You want me to build you the armor and the cockpit on this ship for a role that is basically just acting as a carrier for another ship so that you can grab prototech stuff. And you want me to do it right now. Okay, so again, we're miscommunicating. There's this breakdown in communication that's happening somewhere. This ship is meant to fit inside of the opening hangar for a prototech installation. Yes, the Factorum installations. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. And you've already measured out the size of the ship in order to fit inside of that hole. And you want me to add armor to it to make it protected so that it can attack one of the Factorum bases and be able to grab anything that's inside of it. Yes. Just to pick up. Just a grab. Okay. I don't see why you need me to do that, but because now, is this attached to something else, or is this by itself? Not really doing anything like multiplayer here there, Trey Comique. Not sure how, I'm not sure where this is going to go, honestly. I'm trying to figure out the specifics on this build that Dots wants me to do. So that way I can actually do the build. Maybe. I don't know yet. We're trying to figure it out. Because what Dots wants and what time I really have for the stream typically aren't necessarily lining up. Okay, so you've got this ship. I'm a little confused. Dots is always like this. Okay, so I am confused. Generally, yes, I am fairly used to being confused. Oh, the cats don't confuse me at all. I'm used to that. I am confused because of the fact that I am trying to figure out. Okay, this is supposed to act as the attack cruiser, yes? Cruiser carrier, doesn't matter. Its role is to attack. From my understanding, okay, that is way over engineered for what you need. Yeah, it looks like it. So this is way, way more than you actually need for what you need to do. You don't need any of this, honestly. If you're looking to just grab and capture the Prototech loot and pull it back out, you can do that with a small grid ship pretty easily. You don't need this massive thing. Said anything about printing. All you need is a tiny little ship. It what you have here is massively over-engineered. Okay, so you want a large grid ship that is specifically designed to do one thing only, which is to pull something out of a small hole. I don't know, Dots. I think this is one of those situations where you are wishing for one thing when you really need something else. Like, you don't need jump drives on it. So I don't know why you have the jump drives here. I understand why you have the cargo on here, but I don't necessarily see why you need this much. Also, it's not all connected, is it? Actually, it might be. Okay. Maybe. No. Might not be. Oh, well, fine then. Gotcha. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So what is its other role? Because there's all this information that I'm now just getting after I'm having to poke at you to get it. I understand what you expected me to do, but in order to do that job, I need specific information, and you keep withholding specific information. I told you, speak plainly. What you want is me to make this ship viable to work with that ship so that you can shove this ship inside of holes to grab stuff so that you can carry it on that ship. You don't want small grid because apparently you don't have a printer for that. Even though you technically don't have to print it, you can just build it out via blueprint. And even then, it's not going to be that hard. This does look cool, though. I can build a large grid ship that will do the job you want it to do. It wouldn't be this one, but it would do the job. Now, of course, the other issue that you have is that you also have to be able to get into the installation, disable the warheads, grab the stuff, and get out. So there's that. And you also are limited on time before Factorum show up. I could be digging holes right now. I could be ripping apart blocks, placing stone, watching machines work. I could be exercising my inner dwarf. Okay? I'm always rethinking my choices. I spend all day, every day rethinking my choices. That's just old age, really. The older I get, the more I'm rethinking. Okay. Okay, Dots, I love you, man. I really do. But what you're asking for is such a large task. You need a lot more than what this is providing. Essentially, you need two different ships. I'm sorry, you need two different ships for this. For what you're attempting to do with just this one. Because you don't have any reverse hydrogen thrust, or at least not enough to compensate for the size of the cargo that you're wanting to lift. These ion thrusters are going to be great in space, but they're going to be terrible on a planet. On top of that, you want this to be able to fit inside of the entranceways, the Factorum bases, to be able to then grab whatever that item is, whatever your reward is for that Factorum base. That's literally an entirely different ship. Yeah, like you've got all of these different ships. And they're cool. But it also doesn't, like, they look great. But what? Yeah, that is a completely different scope to all this. This ship, yeah, that's like, if they're on a planet, this ship isn't going to be able to do it. Yeah, you're looking at a completely different vessel at that point. And that is a lot more than just me going to town. That is way different. Where's the other half? Like, you're giving me half a ship. Oh, you want me to do the front of the ship as well as armor the rest of the back of the... Basically, you want me to build you a ship. You want me to build you another ship, is what I'm understanding. Take this, make it whole ship. And you want me to do that right now. That's what I'm understanding. I want you to understand. I love you, man. But that's a tall ask. Yeah. I know, right? Like, that's just... It's one thing to build a little ship. It's entirely different when you just throw something at me and go, make this. And especially if I was doing something entirely different before you showed up. I'm not going to work on it right now. I will blueprint it and I will work on it later. But this isn't something that I can just do right now. And especially for what you want done. Well, no. I would keep the ions. I'll actually remove all the thrusters and just rebuild the back section. For what it needs to do, it needs a complete overhaul of all the thrusters. And specifically, it needs to change their placement. It needs to be set up in such a way so that it has a definitive bottom and top to make it easier to be able to lift wrecks and whatnot. As far as build and repair, I don't know which one you're using, so I will just leave a spot open for you to add it. And we'll go from there. But again, it's something I don't have to try using it. I know it's a flyable ship, but you want this to be able to enter a planet. I'm guessing. You want this to be planetary and a spaceship. Intergalactic, planetary, intergalactic. That's still a moon. And ions are not very good on moons. Moo. That's no moon. That's still, like, at that point, I wonder if I know I don't have the mods for it. But yeah, this is, like I said, I love you, Dots, but this is a tall order to just immediately throw on me and expect me to have it done instantaneously. Yeah, so we're gonna, like I said, I'll work on this later. But for right now, you intimated that you wanted it done quickly. But yeah, we're gonna hop back. I'm gonna hop back over to Minecraft. I'm sorry, buddy, but that's, you know better. You know better. That's not basic. That is a multifunctional ship that you want me to build for you. I don't know if I could do, well, I don't know if I would do nacelles. If I did nacelles, it'd probably be interesting to make them foldable. But I'll look at it later. Okay, we're going back to Minecraft because that's just not, we're not doing that right now. Cobblestone, hello, create Minecraft. Minecraft. Doot, and then create. No, I said Minecraft, not Space Engineers. There we go. If it's so easy, why don't you do it, Dots? You know exactly what you want the ship to do, so why don't you do it? I love you, man, but seriously. Think, Mark, think. But yeah, what you need done is going to be different. Minecraft is, it's a much better game than most people give it credit for. And I think part of it is because there is this idea that it is a kid's game. Why are we not? Oh, we're running, but we're not really running yet. That's true. Let's see. Now I am playing a modified. Yeah, no worries, Dots. Like I said, I'll work on it later. Oh, of course, every Minecraft player, anybody who plays a game is going to tell you their game is amazing. That's just the way of it. But I'm playing a modified version using the Create mod pack, which is what adds all these like shafts and gearboxes and pulleys and stuff like that. So this definitely is, yeah, heavily modded. However, that's not to say that you can't do some really, really cool stuff in Minecraft without mods. But all of this right now, this is okay. Well, then I say keep going for it, Dots. Like what you have is in a good direction. But it needs some work, which is fine. And if you know what it is that it's supposed to be doing, like you have an understanding of the role it's supposed to be performing, then continue working on it to fulfill that role. Like, that's one of those things that sometimes you just have to keep working at it. Let's see, I need... got plenty of sticks. Let's do... you're over here. Oh yeah, they've added, surprisingly enough, in the past 5 years, they've added quite a bit to Minecraft. So here's something that it depends on what you're attempting to get out of Minecraft is how you can play. Not how you should play, but how you can play. And this is something that I needed to hear even after years of playing it. God damn, that's bright. Gee, I wonder where my base is. But, oh, absolutely. Space Engineers is an amazing game. I have more hours in Space Engineers than I do in Minecraft, that's for certain. But for Minecraft, we'll go to options real quick. Right here, this is the important piece of the puzzle is the difficulty. If you're looking for just a casual, I want to build some stuff, I want to enjoy a good time, I don't want to be hassled, peaceful or easy are probably going to be two of your best difficulty options. Peaceful, all of the monsters get turned off. You will automatically heal. You never have to worry about eating. Easy, you do have to worry about eating, but it's very gentle. It's very casual. You will have to worry about healing yourself, but as long as you keep your food bar all the way up, you'll automatically heal. And monsters will kind of be there, but they won't be that big of a threat. Yeah, there you go, Dots. Look at other people's ships and see what they've done. And, you know, kind of figure out what you want to do from there. That's a great way to do it. Now, in the case of what I'm doing here in Minecraft, I am playing this on peaceful because I'm doing a whole bunch of construction stuff. And I don't want to have to deal with a whole bunch of monsters. I just want to build stuff. Yeah, that's the other thing. go. Yeah, all right, Dots. Like I said, I'll work on it later, but I'll catch you later, man. So much stone. This is the other thing is you will spend a lot of time most likely digging. And in fact, in most cases, you will probably spend a lot of time watching your furnace smelt stuff. You know what? This needs to be a little bit longer. Yes. Yeah, there we go. Oh, there's tons of mods to make the graphics better. Um, this is actually a shader that I'm using. I have several different shaders that I could be using. There's also, let's, here's another one. We'll give this a second to do its thing. This is a mod pack called Conquest Reforged. I also added a couple extra mods that change the terrain generation. One is Lithosphere, the other is Still Life. They're actually kind of a combo pack. And so between Conquest Reload, or what is that? Conquest Reforged, Lithosphere, and Still Life, you get an incredible experience. Okay, there we go. Got my audio back. Sort of. Why do I only have the hell? 1 second. What the hell is going on? Okay, there we go. Now I've got both ears. I'm really starting to hate these headphones. Anyway, single player. This is Conquest Reforged with Lithosphere and what's the other one? Still Life. I don't know about looking more real, and I don't know about jetpacks. I know what I'm doing. That could have been an entirely different game, too. Because there are a lot of games that are very similar to Minecraft, but different graphics and whatnot. Anytime now. It must have been. I've never known a Minecraft to look real. I know they get close with shaders and certain mods, but I've never seen it get that real unless you're like on a 4080 or 4090 or above. Like this is about as close as I get it. And this does look brilliant. This looks amazing. Oh, those leaves are still decaying. But yeah, like this is how it gets. And this is actually one of the better looking mod packs. If I were in a slightly different area, I would be able to show off more of it. But I spawned on an island and I was like, this looks like a nice place. I might stay here for a little while. One of the other water is actually one of the easier things for shader packs to get right. Let's run out here. Yay, turtles. This is also a whole lot of beach. Yeah, like that almost looks like real water. Not perfect, but fairly good. Is that a shark out there? No, that's a type of octopus. Yay, I can now make a boat. But yeah, Minecraft is just, it can be an incredibly gorgeous game. It can also be an incredibly frightening game too, if we're being honest. Sometimes the graphics are, you know, if somebody works on it hard enough, the graphics get really wild. Well, let's go back to my create. We'll wrap this up. See about what last minute work we can get done here. But yeah, our little detour into space engineers and other versions of Minecraft aside, today's actually been a pretty good day, pretty productive day. And alrighty. Yeah, get some space engineers. Get some space engineers in you. Thanks for stopping by, man. We have so much more work to do here. Like I said, I will probably do more of this off stream, just so that way I can get it done and not sit here rambling for like 4 hours while I do it. But I will carve all of this out and get it circled, and then hopefully tomorrow we can go ahead and see about getting some stairs put in it. I'll have to kind of figure out how I want to do the rounded stairs. I may do some research online on different techniques that people use for doing rounded stairs. That way I can get a better idea of how I want it to look and how I want the stairs to ascend upwards to whatever the next level is going to wind up being. And I'm not sure yet how tall this is going to be, because as I mentioned, I do want it to eventually come up here to the, come on, up here, get up here, the nether portal. Now this I could potentially move, as I don't think it's center, maybe. Did I unintentionally center this? I think I did. I think I managed to accidentally center the nether portal in line with the bridge. Because I just brought it up here and I was like, this is a good spot. And I put it up. And it might actually just be perfectly centered. I'm not going to say that it is, but I'm going to say that it looks like it's damn close. So I might be able to just leave it up here. We'll see. And this will just, I'll build a platform under it or something. But yes. But there we go. So we got our cobblestone generator up and running. And then also we got our cobblestone generator braked right now. So it's not actually doing anything. It will off and on. We've got a second deployer working on our steam generator over here. Steam engine. Generating enough heat and 32,000 stress units. So we've got plenty of stress units left. I don't know how much is currently being used. But we definitely have quite a lot of headroom here. Other than that, though, we've actually got quite a lot done. Everything is moving right along. The next step for this that I could go ahead and add is probably carve out more of this, set up a couple of andesite tunnels so that I can split the stone evenly, and then feed the stone into a couple of different saws for conversion into other forms of the stone blocks. And then just set that whole thing up and actually get some pretty decent work out of it, and then also just have a drop off for regular stone. So turn this into a whole industry, if you will. And then the other nice thing is that this setup here for the cobblestone generator, I could also go ahead and employ this now that we know how to make it a little bit more compact. I can see about employing this for a grinding house. Basically set it up so that the cobblestone goes into a couple of crushing wheels, and then we can start washing the gravel in order to make iron that way. And then everything else we just throw away. So we have some options here, and we have some good options that I'm really looking forward to. Other than that, though, we are going to go ahead and we are going to wrap this up. As always, thank you all for joining me on these misadventures. So glad to have you guys along for the ride. You all have a wonderful day. Stay out of trouble. And remember, if you get caught, I don't know you. I will catch you guys tomorrow.